Just about ready to go here. Just checking out what else is going on in the software category. All right. Hello. Hello. Welcome to a very rainy, chill Friday afternoon here in Indonesia, in Bali, outside of Canggu. Got some focused dev work today. Yesterday, did a little bit of work. If you weren't around yesterday, basically got the game's demo mode up and running. Or at least the sort of the rough mechanics of it, setting up a demo timer and that kind of thing. Actually, I'm looking at my screen and I'm wanting to move my webcam. I want to move my webcam over here. I feel like this is better. And I can move this over here or up here. I like this better. Webcam. I think that'll be better because I think I was covering some code while I was working yesterday. Anyways, yeah, so yesterday I got the demo mode up and working, and I'm working on this new elevation tool, or at least I started to about 2 days ago. And let me just see. I don't even know what this current state of it is. Taking a look. Once Unity decides to catch up with me. So there was like this elevation tool I was starting to build. Kind of works. Some things were not working though. And while I was working on that, I started to just notice a lot of jank in this sort of this grid cursor that I use. And I kind of want to go and refactor that because I feel like it's getting in the way now. Like you can see, like I accidentally made another tile while I was elevating, and my move tool stopped working as well. Did it? Yeah, so there's a lot of jank popping up, and I'm not crazy about it for obvious reasons. The elevation tool isn't bad, but so that's what I'm gonna be doing today. So I was thinking about this today. So if you haven't, like, the way it looks right now, let me just get out of play mode here. The way it looks right now is grid input handler. And it's sort of my own base state model behavior class where I just use coroutines as basically a state machine, and kind of built it around that, but it's starting to get a little unwieldy. But a lot of problems are coming from just how it's evaluating the state changes and when. So I've So I've debated a few things. I've considered bringing in another state machine system, like using Unity's bolt stuff, which I completely forgot about. But I feel like that's overkill. So I think what I'm going to be doing is maybe just simplifying it. Like the big problem is coming from, where is it? Where's my update loop? Wait, where is my update loop? Is this even the right script? I'm in the wrong script. That's what's going on. That was a prototype. Yeah, it's even way more crazy than I wanted. Like, there's just a lot of code repetition. There's a lot of, yeah. There's a lot of things I don't like here. And normally I think the input is a thing that does end up being a bit rough and finicky in the code, but I want to refactor this a little bit because I feel like I'm fighting this structure a little bit more than I should as I'm starting to add new tools. Like the second I start trying to do like refined behaviors, like this is becoming very annoying to work with, like elevate tile, like what goes in the loop, what doesn't. But the biggest problem is right now is just it's sort of mixing this update loop to get the input positions from the raycast, which is kind of weirdly done, which is kind of weirdly used by the active coroutine. So basically just there's an update loop running and then there's like a coroutine running, and it's getting very hard to sort of maintain the order of operations that I want. So I'm going to be moving this into its own, I don't know, I'm just going to do a refactor, so I'm not fighting this. Maybe I'm procrastinating. Maybe I'm not. I'm not breaking too far from how things were. So this is kind of what I was thinking about. I'm going to put them in a dependency injection container just for reasons. So it's going to create a container for my cursor handler. This will add as a facade class to everything else that needs to interact with it, like if I need to turn it on or off. And it's going to be just controlling the active state. So maybe a grid cursor state machine would be more accurate. Like that. And it's going to evaluate, you know, is the mouse over a collider? Is that collider the grid? Is it a tile? Is it something else? Is the position out of bounds? So if you're this one's kind of weird because I only want to be looking at out of bounds. I don't want to be looking at out of bounds all the time, because if you're editing something, like if you're dragging up a building, your mouse could potentially be over the out of bounds area, but still moused over, like still interacting with something valid. So I'm not sure about this one. This one's a bit of a question mark. Is it over the UI element? So there's just a general, like, if you're over the UI element and you're clicking things, I don't want that to trigger anything in the background. So there's that. So the grid cursor state machine is going to have a bunch of states. I'm probably going to have some sort of abstract base class here of just a state for the state machine. And that will do a bunch of things. So actually, wait. I'm wondering, maybe is valid. Or something. Like, I'll come back to this in a bit. So there's like the off-grid state, which would, you know, turn off the mouse and activate the border and all that fun stuff. The invisible state, so that's just the cursor's not visible at all, so this would be like over a UI tool. On grid state, this is going to have its own little sub state machines depending on which tool is active. I'm not quite sure about this and how I'm going to do that. But right now it's just the create tile tool. I think this will scale up to the other tool. This is actually lights. And then those create the commands to go into the command pipeline in player action service. Oh, my nose is itchy. Ah. On grid state. So there's going to be a bunch of sub-state machines there. I think these will use the same. These look like sub-state machines. I think we'll use the same class. The same abstract class. Over tile state. So this is on the grid, on a tile, and I think that's the major two distinctions that this cares about. And then these have sub-state machines, or this is a state machine on its own. So yeah, I think this is what I'm gonna be implementing. Yeah, I think this is less of a whole new thing and it's more of just a shuffling around the stuff I already wrote. So I think this is gonna be good. So I'm gonna work on implementing this. I just want to check a few things. Yeah, okay. So let's start working on this. So, yeah, I was using this input mode. I don't think I want this anymore though. I'm just gonna create a new sort of sub namespace here. Just to start doing this, we'll call this like the grid input. Or no, like maybe the grid cursor. Okay, so the cursor, let's start with just the cursor installer. Yeah, so this is going to be a mono installer, which means it's inject. Okay, so it's all good. So we need the install bindings. And I want to make this a sub container, but I haven't done that in a while. So, okay, install sub container. This is going to need a DI container. Okay, so let's go back to my diagram here. So we're going to create the grid cursor, just the cursor state machine. Cursor state machine. And I don't think I need anything like I don't think I need like a fancy like factory or anything for grid states. I think it's really just going to be turning game objects on and off and just leveraging Unity's own life cycle. I think. Cursor state machine, mono behavior. And this is probably going to have a subclass of or a child class of config of some kind, which I want to serialize and inject back in. I actually don't think there's any other. I don't think there's actually any other bindings I need to do that would need a subcontainer here. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it at that. So let's go look at the cursor handler. So let's see, public. But this is gonna. Okay, I want to bring in an interface here of some kind for the state. It's an interesting question. I'm actually wondering if it should be just a game object and if I even need this cursor state thing. Yeah, actually I think I'm going to do that because then each state will be like a container. It can control its own start and stop logic. So if yeah, actually that makes sense, because if for example, like I'm changing the state, I can say to the current state to stop, and rather than it just being a hard like turn the game object off, it can do like any sort of post animation, like, oh, I want to fade the art from that cursor before I turn myself off and shut off the update loop. So maybe that's the way to do it. So it would be current state dot start or enter state. I wonder if I should put like a previous state. Maybe that would be useful. Hang on. Cursor state, previous state. And I can also do cursor state, previous state, next state. That might actually be providing some usefulness down the road. Again, this is just basic state machine stuff. I don't know why I'm rolling my own way of doing this, but it just, I don't know. The cursor is so like intricate and complicated that I feel like I just need to completely be like immersed in everything that's driving it. So current state, so actually, sorry, this should be exit state and the new state. And the current state is now the new state, and we're going to do current state, enter state. Oh, wait a minute, no. New state, dot enter state, current state. Then we switch it. Like that. What is this? This is not input allowed. This is something else. I'll just do allow input for now. Toolbar is hovering. So we only want to be able to do things when the mouse is not over the... Yeah, when the mouse is not over the toolbar. Makes sense. Okay. Oh yeah, this needs the input action, I believe. Right, this does also need to be a abstract input handler. And that probably needs to borrow all the same stuff that I'm doing here. I mean, there's probably some parts of this interface, of this abstract class that I don't need anymore, but like on escaped. Okay, so the game is going to be paused. Destroying, get protected set, on state paused. This. On state resumed. Yep, that'll make sense. Allow feedback action is true. And the rest of these are fine, I guess. Actually, I'm going to be back in just 1 second. I'm just going to get out of my hoodie. It is getting a bit warm now. It's past midday. Okay, so that's good. So, oh yeah, I need the grid input action. And I need to know the grid layer. Which means I should probably also... I don't know, I kind of like how I'm doing a component lookup instead of doing a layer mask. Like if it's... I mean, I guess it's probably faster to do the layer lookup. But then I have to do multiple casts. Okay. Yeah, so I think the reason why I want to have the... Yeah, I think the reason I want to have both is... Hang on, I want a drawing. I think the reason I want to have both is because I've got the grid, I've got the camera doing its thing, and I've got a building. And I think what I want to happen is when I do a raycast on the input, not like that. When I do a raycast on the input, I could potentially want two positions. I want the position where it's the thing in the foreground, but I think I will also want a grid position. Or is it one raycast and the position I want is actually here? So I need something on the grid. Could it just be like resetting setting the Y to 0? Or should it be a full raycast to the grid to look for something behind? This is an interesting one. Turn my camera down a bit. Sun's out a bit more now. Sun's out. Which is good. If the sun is out, that would be awesome, because I am trying to like get out of the house at the end of the workday, but it's been pouring rain, which I mean, it's a bit more difficult to do that, to go out and do stuff in Indonesia when it's raining, because it pours. At least in Bali, I got island rain. So I don't know, this might be overkill. Maybe I just want the, I think I'm just gonna keep it the way it is. I'm just gonna keep it the way it is. I think that makes some sense. Okay, so I need the grid layer. So yeah, I'm gonna do 2 raycasts. I'm gonna do one for the thing that is in the foreground, so directly what the mouse is over, but then I want a second grid, just grid only position of the background, which I think might be useful for some operations and things. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think this concept of input data still holds true. Update input state. So the target is null. It's gonna do array from the game camera. So that's another thing I need to be injecting here. How's it getting the game camera? I feel like that's something the game knows about. Yeah, where do I do a binding for the camera? Must be in like game installer. Why are you, oh, not game handler. I want game installer. Okay, yeah, I'm just binding the camera. I mean, I guess I use it often enough and there's not a lot changing since all of the dynamic camera stuff is controlled by Cinemachine. So there's still only one camera that's moving around. Okay, that sounds good. So would inject the game camera. And just going back to this. Okay, so input data, where are you? Struct is there. So let's, wait, where are you? So what is this guy? This has the targets, the position, the normal, which I guess I'm not doing anything with yet. What? Not doing anything with the normal? Oh yeah, no, I'm doing hit normal. I mean, maybe it'd make more sense just to pass through the entire hit to make input data, but whatever. This gives me a bit more control. Is valid, is outside window. Right. Yeah, we don't care about the cursor if it's outside the window. Okay, so I think this whole data structure still holds true. I might just rename it to be I'm just gonna move it for now. Because I think this still mostly makes sense. So this concept of input data, or updating it, still holds true. So set state, keep this. I really need to put together my own sort of generic state machine class, but this is fine. This is fine. Okay, so we're gonna update the input state. Probably do this the same way. So now we're actually doing everything on the update loop. I think the interesting question that I'm wondering now is if the now my camera's dark. Maybe I should just, what does auto exposure look like? Why? All right, we're just gonna leave it at auto for now. So I'm wondering if, I'm wondering if the, where is it? Like this cursor state should also have like update state, or like tick state, or it should be tickable, or yeah, I don't know. Like, should I do that? I think I'm gonna do that just so I have rigid control over the the order of things. Like, I want to process the input, the new input. I want to evaluate any state machine changes, and then I want to have the current state update. So that would look like so this would be if current state is not equal null, current state dot update state. Okay, so let's, here I want to process input changes, evaluate state changes, and then update the state. This could probably just be sure. Excuse me. Okay, so this is, I wonder if I want to group up input data to be both hits together. I think I'm going to do that, actually. Like, no, actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it just that the same. Current state, input data. Okay, so when we start, we need, hang on, I need to set up a start and destroy here. So I need the input service to register the state. And I need to set the default state. And enable the input action, and then on destroy, I probably need to do input dot. Oh, no, wait, this is destroying too. True, that's is destroying. It's true. That's just triggering something on the input manager. That's how it tracks what the active input state is, and that's useful for certain things like modals, stacking input states. And then we're going to config grid input action dot disable. Cool. Right, and this is where I'm going to update the cursor type as well. So yeah, I'm starting to see the state manager being useful. So this is cursor type. And this I just need to get back. Oh, wait a minute. I need to abstract this. Get. Yeah, okay, so that's cool. I like that. So now I can do blah blah blah. Where are you? I'm just gonna return out at this point. So then current state, update state, input dot cursor. Wait. Cursor position. How am I setting the? Wait, where am I using this? Update cursor type. Cursor. Oh, right. I'm already doing this further up, and I just kicked plugs. Just pulled out because I was sweeping earlier. So the cursor, which comes with the input interface, the cursor is going to be the current state, mouse cursor type. But if there's no state, then we probably want to, you know what, I'm going to go back to the way this was. If current state does not equal null, and then do stuff, otherwise don't do stuff. So the cursor, if there's no current state, we're just going to say the cursor type is default, and otherwise then we'll do all this stuff. Yeah. Just because I think there's going to be a lot of logic. I don't want my update loop to become unwieldy, but maybe I'm just premature optimizing a little bit. All right, let's go update current state. Okay, so we need to process the input changes. I think that should be basically the same. Yeah. I'm actually going to be right back for a second. I'm just going to get some fresh water. And we're back. Actually, I'm getting... It's hat time. Okay, so where was I? So I need to process these input changes. Allow input equals true. Is that actually getting used anywhere? The allow input, where are you? 6 usages, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Building mode, initialize. Okay, so it's mostly the game. Whatever, that's fine. I'm just wondering if that should just be with on enable and on disable. Okay, process the input changes. Where am I doing that? Okay, so current state. Whoops. Want these over here. Yeah, so that is... Just wondering if I should rename this. Not current, so grid. Grid input data. Foreground object or foreground input data. I don't know. This is a weird concept. I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work the way I want it to. Like, I didn't even really have it working here. Like, I think I half implemented it for the move. We'll see, though. We will see. So we'll borrow that. Can still process these, I think, if allow input return. Oh, except if the allow input changes that we want to return to. So this actually comes into here. So we need to evaluate the state in several ways. Okay. Okay, void evaluate for state change. Okay, so evaluate for state change. It's a bunch of things that need to happen here. Wait, why is this? Evaluate. There we go. And we're gonna do this here before I forget. Okay, so if we can't allow input for any way, or for any reason, then we want to set state invisible. Wait, what are my states called again? Invisible state. Invisible state. Set state config invisible state. Okay. Else if. What else we got going on here? Else if. What am I doing here? how am I determining if is valid? Is that it? Just true or false? So basically, null, not null. Okay, so let's change that. That's not telling us anything. Valid. Or wait, or is it doing something? No, I just need to update this. If current is valid, target, which have already passed it. So if whatever, if outside the window. I don't want to rework this part. I just want it to still compile, even though this is what I'm refactoring. Okay, so true, false, we don't care because null, not null is already conveying the validity or the state validity. That makes sense. Okay, so I think this is still good. This might need to be a late update, just so everything else has a chance to happen. I was going to leave it as update for now. I'm only going to set it to late update if I think it's worthwhile. Wait a second. I just need to look at something in Discord for a second. Collab, showcase. I definitely feel like I need a better way to organize my Discords. Like, it has the, you know, you can sort them into folders and stuff, but I feel like I'm looking for more of a dashboard, or I don't know. I'm definitely hungry for a better way to organize my Discords because I don't want to leave them. Like, I don't like culling them. I kind of wish I could put them in a different folder, but again, it has folders. I think I just want those folders visualized in a different way, or be able to have subfolders. Because I don't know anyone who's not in like just way too many Discords now. Okay. I'm also having a really hard time managing notifications. Like, I mute basically everything I'm in except for my username tags. Okay, so this is all good. So evaluate for state change. If or outside window. Okay, so what else do we have going on here? Evaluate target and change state. Okay, so I also have these isGrid methods, which maybe should be a thing. Okay, so let's maybe grab these. So I like these. These are nice and simple. They're just wrapping a try get component, but I think that's useful. And actually, I'm just gonna do this. Surround with, or refactor. Wait. Surround with if, or region. What is the name of that? Input handler. And let's just close that. Get that out of my way. Okay, so is grid, is tile container. Is grid, is tile container. Okay, so yeah, let's continue this evaluate method. Okay, so I think this is looking very much the same as the current one. I don't think I need to change it too much. I'm basically just ripping out the coroutine state machines logic and putting that into individual update loops in individual scripts. So this script is not massive and monolithic. Because yeah, the things are starting to get a little crazy because there's such an intricate nested state machine, or series of nested state machines. Okay, so that is outside window, cool. Okay, so first we want to check and see if it's the grid. If is grid the current foreground dot target out bar grid. So actually, if you've never seen it, I mean, not this specifically, but I've encountered a lot of people who have been using Unity for a while and didn't realize they added a try get component that returns a Boolean and gives you a nice output of the thing if it finds it. I don't know. It's much simpler than doing a get component and then checking if it's null kind of thing. I like it a lot more. Okay, why do I keep losing track of this evaluate state? There we go. Okay, so if it is a grid, just while we're doing if is tile container, but this could probably just be renamed to is tile foreground input data target out bar tile. So this is going to be if it is hitting the grid, set state on grid. And the on grid state is going to be its own substate machine based on what tool is active. So we're probably going to do this again. That's fine. Let's actually just take a quick break. I want to check see what the weather's doing today. Of course, it's going to storm right when I want to leave. That sucks. All right. Whole well. If it's the tile, we're gonna set state. Yeah, this is gonna be better because right now, like the tile, like here I'm checking. Okay, but which part of the tile are you on? It's just creating all kinds of havoc. Like I want to do this inside of the submachine for like config dot on tile state. Okay, so. And return turn. And I think the one last thing, I guess it just by default is going to be invisible state. But I wonder if, I mean, I guess it's got to check this first. I think that's fine. This will just be the if all else fails. But maybe this should be the off-grid. Or out of bounds state. Because there are a few things I need to do when out of bounds, because I think there is like a out of bounds thing here somewhere that I wrote. Update grid boundaries. And that's going to talk to the grid. Update grid visuals. Interesting. Okay, so where am I doing this? Update. Doing it in a few places. Okay. Okay. So if it is the grid, set state on the grid. So maybe the boundary stuff should actually be buried in a deeper system. So I think what I want to do is, where are these cursor states? I'm gonna abstract. I'm gonna put this here so I can find it easier. I mean, at a certain point, is this like, I mean, I suppose the reason I'm doing this is because if this is an interface, there'd be serialization issues. So I think I'll just keep it as an abstract class. But what I want to do is basically input data, foreground, input data, grid. So I'll pass that through. So this is all good and fine, except this will need to change somewhere. Update current state, which I guess needs the same thing. So I mean, whatever. I'll just do this inside. Foreground input data, grid, or the grid input data. Okay, so there's that. So then I can do that kind of like bounds checking inside the specific input mode, which makes more sense because this was becoming a bunch of like if-else conditional spaghetti, like, oh, if you're in this thing, if you're in this mode, do this, if you're in this mode, do this. And the grid input handler was just like responsible for way too much stuff. And now it'll be more just compartmentalized and easy to work with. So I like that. That makes sense to me. Evaluate for state change, update current state. Okay, so I want to just go back to the evaluate. Cool, that makes sense. Oh, that's actually another one. So I guess the actual like button presses and how I want to handle that is an interesting question. Because it's going to want to see if things are valid. So do I want to check for that input? Who's responsible for checking that input? Like, should I leave it in the grid input handler? and then it passes along. But if I do that, I would have to add a bunch of like, oh, it's been pressed, it's been released, is pressed to this frame for holding. Then the cursor handler needs to sort of open a bunch of that up, which might be fine. It just creates a bit of a weird thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to okay. Yeah, so I think this is going to be just public input action, which is just primary input, which will sorry, I'm just thinking this through. Yes, the input action was just be the primary input, great input action, something like that. So then that'll be exposed to the other things and allow inputs. Where did I allow input? I think I want to move this to a backing field. Allow inputs, return that, assign the value, and then if allow input, yeah, this, I like this, else, otherwise disable it. Then this goes away, and then this just becomes allow input. It's false. The only thing is that might be creating some on destroy issues. One of those on destroy issues I need to think about actually. Whoops. Let's change up some music. Liquid drum and bass. Atmospheric drum and bass. Let's okay. Okay. Yeah, I also need to do a bit of work on tiles, interfaces on tiles. Okay, so far this doesn't use the grid, which is cool. I guess the only annoying thing is going to be a lot of tools are going to share the same sort of boundary behavior, like just the cursor is near the edge. Cursor is near the edge. Up to actually, I'm going back on this. I think I'm gonna keep this here because I think this will be useful. But I think I want to bring back this notion of a No, actually, here's what I'll do. Public bool update boundary. Yeah, update boundary. Yeah. So let me just stub in void update boundary. So update current state. If current state update boundary, then update boundary. Muradul goalie. Hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, it's insanely wonderful how developers can visualize things by just looking at what is written on the screen. Yes, I'm definitely not one of those people though. I do have to spend a lot of time charting things out. I'm a very visual person because I'm actually not a programmer by education. So, a designer first. But I don't know, maybe I'm getting good at it. But yeah, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Or Mr. Adugoli. Mr. Adugoli. Let's see what else is going on here. So yeah, that's gonna update the state. I think it also helps that this is like the third time I've rewritten this system based on me changing the design. So I think I've got a good handle on just everything that's going on. And thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, I didn't see that 2 minutes ago. Feels like my notifications aren't firing. Let me just test that quick. Yep, they are. Not sure why I missed that. Sorry about that. I'm neither, but I just started my course. I want to learn so many things, but I don't have a roadmap, so I'm just going with the flow. I think that's like the way you have to do it. Yeah, because I think you otherwise fall in the trap of over planning things and never writing any code. Like me sitting down and doing this stuff today, this is like a massive refactoring of this is like what my just bang it out, make it work code looks like. But now I'm having all kinds of problems with it. Just it's starting to get finicky. It's starting to do too many things at once. But the only way I can like start working on something is if I just like stub it out like this and just make it work as quickly as possible. Now I go back and sort of clean it up and do stuff. But yeah, what's the which course are you doing? Oh yeah, the Harvard CS50 course. Yeah. Are you? I mean, I haven't done that course specifically. As I understand it, it's more of a sort of generalized programming, like concepts, like the computer science side of it. Are you doing any of that like coursework in the context of like game development, or is it purely like I don't know what they use, but like is it just sort of like Python, like simplified Python, more sort of generic programming? Because one of the things I did find very useful as a very visual person, like I come from a theater degree, was getting started with Unity. Like programming never clicked with me until I started doing game development because it's so visual. Like it's way easier to understand like what you're doing when it's like, oh, I'm making a ball move and bounce around, and like you have such a strong visual representation of the things you are doing. As a visual person, I felt that helped a lot just in starting to understand like classes and inheritance and object composition and all that stuff, and how things relate in terms of dependencies. Yeah, I'd be curious to go look at that course myself, just because I'm so self-taught that I am definitely starting to see. Sorry, I'm so self-taught, but after years, I'm starting to do more complicated things, and I could just sort of feel like I know there's a better way to do this. Like there's a more structured way, and I'm starting to feel that like gap in my knowledge, of just like not having that computer science background. Because usually like I will discover patterns that I didn't even think about, and it's like, oh, I would have done this a way more complicated way if I didn't know about this. Like a recent example of that was just like setting up the game's undo redo and using a command pattern. I would have done that some other batshit crazy way if I didn't learn about that. Anyways, that was a long ramble. Okay, so evaluating state changes. What else needs to happen here? Okay, so let's stop it there. Sorry, not stop the stream. I just want to like stop and hook up some things in Unity. So the default state is going to be, or should it just do an evaluate? Maybe just do an evaluate for state change. Also, should it be, I think this might need to default to false, because I want to defer to the game manager to say when things are ready for input. And I think that is a good start. So that's just the starting point of refactoring the code side of it. I'm going to like just pull down the old stuff in Unity, pull it apart, and just start setting up the new grid cursor. But yeah, definitely good luck with the course. The CS50 Harvard course is I hear it all the time. It's very highly recommended, and I wish I had time to do it myself. Okay, so I'm just going to name this old grid cursor. Old, just so I can keep track of it. And I'm going to make a new one. So just a bit of explanation of what's going on here. So this is my sort of cyberpunk city builder toy that I'm working on. It's called Dystopica, and it's not like a city management game. It's just a very like creative sort of chill out, create your own little Blade Runner city and enjoy the vibes that come with it. And what my big push right now has been is kind of rebuilding the core structures of the game. Like the look developments and everything got to a good place, but the old like tile tool I was using before, like the only interaction was just place tile, place tile, place tile, remove tile, remove tile, and they'd connect in interesting ways. And it was cool, like it made cool looking cities, but it was starting to feel very limited. Like everything was very uniform. Like everything was like buildings were tall in like 1 unit increments, and it just felt very uniform and gritty. And I wanted to break that apart, and that came from playtesting. So I'm building all this new input modality just to make things more free, to start adding more tools. There's no grid anymore, and there's a bunch of other new dynamic systems that I'm building where you place tiles, but it also procedurally generates some like low level density around the tiles that you place. So I've been working on that, and it sort of opened the door to all these new like input systems, like the elevation tool. There's like a move tool that's kind of broken right now to move stuff around, and I just wanted to rebuild how my core input systems were working, because they're starting to get way more complex. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm just trying to clean up a bunch of old prototype code and structure it a little bit better and put it in a proper state machine and a bunch of other fun stuff. So yeah. CS50 is like more of kind of brushing the simpler things in different programming languages and slowly taking training wheels off with some real life projects. They first start with C. That's pretty hardcore. Then move to different languages, and C is by far the most elaborate topics they have. But the thing is very use their own ID, so when you try practicing, your ID is pissed at you. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just getting to know your IDE and just getting the mechanic. Unity's great because like it sort of takes a lot of the just getting an executable project off the ground out of the way, and you just get to start coding. But for like native applications in C and stuff, there's a lot of just like, how does my IDE work? How do I compile? All that fun stuff. You would recommend it only if you're really a beginner. Yeah, maybe like I'm past it now. I don't know. There is definitely like if it's starting with C, there's definitely like a lot of things I would like to, I don't know, maybe just sanity check my self-taught knowledge of, just in terms of like memory allocation patterns and stuff like that, because a lot of like C# doesn't really mean you interface much with memory allocations. Like you can and you should, but generally like the garbage collector picks up stuff and you're just ignoring the stutter. So I don't know, maybe it would be useful for me to go back. This is looking awesome. Thank you. Yeah, this has been about 8 months of work to get it to the current state, and hoping to have a demo out on Steam sometime in February. I'm just timing that to the next Steam Next Fest for demos. Yeah, check your basics. Yeah, I think that might be something I do after this project is released, is go back to some basics, because I want to get into some Unreal as well and make the shift to C++, which means you're engaging with a bit more of a I don't know what the right word for it is, but yeah, you're a bit more of a hardcore game programming language with C++, and you're interfacing with some of that more advanced stuff that C# hides you from, or at least Unity C# hides you from. Okay, so I was gonna start hooking up the I'm gonna start hooking up this new cursor. I'm just gonna call it new cursor for now. New cursor. Just get all of the things I just wrote in code and just get that sort of laid out on some game objects here. So I'm gonna have the cursor installer. Oh, and I just saw the Steam stuff pop up. I keep meaning to turn off Steam in the editor, but do that later. Okay, so grid. This is the grid input action. I'm gonna call this primary action. And sorry, one second. I just need to look at something in Discord. Okay. Who's messaging me? Okay, so the invisible state. So now I need to make these states, but I haven't roughed in those classes yet. So I'm going to come back to that, and I'm just going to make the game objects for these. So this is the invisible state. Actually, maybe state state visible, and there's going to be state on grid. What else do I have going on? Out of bounds. And on tile. What made you want to program? What, like, where are you coming? Like, what sort of knowledge base are you coming from, and what's driving you to learn coding? Is it to start doing game development? Okay, what else are we doing? On grid, on tile, out of bounds, on grid. Okay, so I think that is that. So let's move up some of the visuals. Okay, so bounds, on grid. Out of bounds is also invisible. So I think I just want to place the tile. Oh yeah, I was using the fog light. I'm not sure if I like that anymore. So just for an example for what I'm talking about is yeah, there's sort of a red hue. Like I can amp it up just to really make it apparent. Intensity. I don't know if I want this anymore. It's kind of cool, I guess, when it's not so intense. It's cool. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's cool. I think it's more a question about what's going to look like when the when there's buildings and everything. Come back to that. Sorry, I just need to hop over into Discord just for a second. Check who's advertising. Okay. Cube. Okay, so the cube and the fog light. Someday I need to... Oh, actually, that's something else, just while I'm thinking about it, that I want to add to this. Bool is snapped. Or snapping enabled. Enabled, if I can type. Right, so now I need to go back and fix this. Grid input data, allow, or yes, I want to know if it's a snapped input coming into the state. So like, yes, I get the snap position. So there is like a snapping mode. Like if you don't want the free form place tiles, you can sort of tile them with a grid. I am keeping that, but I think the input state or the grid cursor state needs to know not just if it's a snap position, but is that position snapped? Is that position snapped? It needs to know that separately, because I think it's going to want to turn on like a grid, which I'm going to show when I hook it up. So yeah, is, or what I call it, snapping. Snap input. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so that's good. Let's go back to hooking up stuff in Unity. Oh, wait a minute. What'd I break? I keep typing these random S's. I think my laptop might be struggling when streaming at the same time. The keyboard lag starts to get a bit real. I'm increasingly tempted to move off onto another streaming machine, but that's a bit premature. Okay. Wait, so I was hooking up stuff in Unity, and I think I'm just going to move this on grid. And this is actually a substate. This is the add tile tool, or substate. Add tile. Okay, let's turn off the other cursor again. Yeah, I think this is fine. Oh, the one thing I don't like is this parent object has the renderer and the mesh on it, and I should probably move this off a Pro Builder mesh, but not today. Okay, so substate on grid. So I think I don't. So there, this thing has these lines, just from sort of an older methodology. They could sort of see the elevation of the thing you're building related to the ground, which was cool, but I don't think I need it anymore because I think the only time you're adding tiles is when you're on the grid, so you never actually see these lines anymore. So I think I'm gonna just delete them. Controversial, but I'm just gonna delete them. Actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna do something more visual. This is not a state. This is something different. This is the grid visuals. So let's create a line. I think a line is fine. Doesn't need to be exact. But it needs to be doubled though. Thought I heard someone outside. Black. And the thickness, I think I want it to be in newts. Something like that. Is that maybe a bit longer? Actually, no, I think that was about right. Let's keep it nice and square. Polyline might be better for this, but I'm gonna go with this for now. And like this, and snap that in. So this is what I'm doing is I just want this to be turned on when it's in grid snapping mode, no matter what tool it is. Which may actually fight against the way I just hooked it up, but I'm gonna leave it the same. I'm gonna leave it the same. Maybe this shouldn't be newts though. Maybe this should actually be meters. You really hope hard work pays off? Ah, thank you. Yeah, it's been I mean, it's definitely becoming a lot of hard work working towards the next fast demo deadline, but it's been a lot of fun to work on. Oh yeah, and this also needs to be always. And yeah, I wish you a lot of luck with your course as well. And learning programming is a lot of fun. Usually get anxious when something doesn't work. Yeah, you gotta push through it. It gets easier, but yeah, sometimes you just need to do your best to push that aside and just let the process happen. Let the learning process happen. You're not going to be a genius right away. Suddenly kind of want this to be blue. I don't know why. Don't know why. Just feels right. So one of the other things I need to look at in a second is what am I doing for this control? So there's like a little button here that does the snapping, but I don't remember how I hooked that up. That might actually just be working directly with this. Where are you? Snap input. On snap toggle press. Yeah. Wait, what is input? Create input handler. Not sure if I like that, but I'll just have to remember to flip that on. Okay. Cursor handler. Config. Grid snapping. What am I doing? Game object. No. Change plan. Abstract cursor state. Grid snap visuals. Okay, so where's my snap input? I'm gonna move this to backing field, and yeah, return snap input, snap value, or if value. Wait a minute. Do I want to do this here? Okay, so there's if snap input I'll implement a check to see if it's changing state elsewhere. Like I don't want it to trigger enter state twice. Config dot enter state. No. Wait, what? No. What's going on here? Oh, it's just one. Enter state. No. Else. Exit state. This could maybe just be setting the object on and off, but whatever. Let's do some nice animation. While I'm at it, I'm going to go back to the toolbar handler. I want to change this to be the cursor handler. Everything else should still work. It's good. It's good. Okay. So let's let me just make another folder here for states. And let's maybe move this up here. Abstract cursor state. Why is it like this? Oh, it's never assigned. That's fine. Okay, so now let's start making, let's say, snapping or snap visual state. Maybe. And this is going to be an abstract cursor state. And what all needs to happen here? So there's going to be a whole bunch of renderers underneath. Maybe it should be a polyline, so I can manipulate this all at once. I think I got to do it. I think I gotta do it, because otherwise I will forget about it, and it's just rendering stuff needlessly. Oh, but then I won't get the nice fading. I guess ideally it should be a texture. Okay, well. Well, I can at least take it into the opaque realm. Change this to black, even if it's still at full alpha. And change the, so no, not 2D, additive. Yeah. What am I doing? This is the snap visuals. Snapping or snap visual state. Wait, does it? I didn't just completely forget. Like, can a mono behavior not be an abstract class? These are things I should know. What am I even looking for? I'm looking for this class, snap visual state. As a script class cannot be found, make sure there are no compile errors in the file. They do match. Snap visual state. Snap visual state. I mean, it's okay that I have these thrown exceptions. There's no compile errors. What is this? Snap visual state. These are all the same thing. Script class cannot be found. Make sure there are no compile errors. There are not. This should work. What is happening? I don't. Like, it sounds like this should work. Okay, well, let's just, for the sake of experimentation, abstract cursor state. But oh, so weird. That's so weird. Like, is it just not like what? I don't know why I didn't like it the first time. Okay. Okay, so this is just gonna be cursor master type. Doesn't matter. We'll just whatever. I'll just point this out the default. The default and update state doesn't matter. Because yeah, I'm moving this whole object. Or wait, am I moving this whole object? Yeah. You can use Google Bard to check a code. Yeah, I actually will use Bing for some stuff once in a while. Whatever, it seems to be working though. I'm not sure what that was. Just, I don't know, sometimes Unity gets finicky because it needs this to match the name of the file that the class is in. And I think just something I was doing with it being inherited was messing that up. I don't know why. I have this weird lingering sense in my brain that mod behaviors get finicky with abstract classes, which is making me wonder if I should move these to an interface, but I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. So snap visual state. Actually, so this needs to do some things. I'll come back to this if it needs to move it. Right now, let's just do game object, set active, true. Game object, set active, false. And this should hook back up nicely. Yeah, I've been finding, I mean, ChatGPT's also been alright, but like Bing, I find has been good for, yeah, just like when I'm doing like link things or like list manipulations, like it's just really nice to just describe what I want to do and get it, rather than piecing it together through a bunch of Google searches and Stack Overflows. So I don't think it's going to replace programming entirely. It's just so nice for like, especially like regex, or like regular expression things. Like it's good for the annoying bits that have become very hard to find because search has gotten so crappy lately. Okay. I'm going to wait, how is it getting this reference to the grid cursor handler? They must be injecting it from somewhere. The grid handler must be doing something. Not that grid handler. This grid handler. What was that grid handler? Weird. Grid installer? There's the grid cursor. Yeah, let's change this to the cursor handler. Cursor. You wish Stack Overflow had an AI? Yeah. I agree 100%. Like an AI for like being able to search Stack Overflow with an AI, or like an AI that has like that data set. Okay, so I gotta hook up something else here. This feels like a sorry, this is a lot of work for what's gonna look like little payoff, but this is actually really exciting. Use of the grid, installer. It's right at the top. I'm just gonna close these. Just wait. Does that even need a mesh? Yes, it does. Where are you? Grid cursor handler. New cursor. I have some regrets. You mean like there's an AI that could just detect what is wrong in our code and just correct it, given the fact it also has to know what we're trying to do. So have you looked at like the GitHub like Copilot at all? I haven't personally used it. I've like just never had that moment of like, okay, wait, how do I set that up in Rider, which is my IDE? But I have a friend who's big into it and just seemed really intuitive. Just like you sort of have like a method, like I don't know, vector 3 to vector 2 converter, and it would like make suggestions just based on this, you know. Or like whatever, like you could be like Copilot do your thing here, and it would sort of take your intent from the method names. You could even describe like, I want a method that does whatever. Again, I haven't done it. I don't know what it looks like now, but the early sort of like teasers looked like that. Like you could just sort of write in these comments as commands to Copilot, and it would sort of interpret that. I think you can also do some code checking with it, I'm sure. I did, but usually it overflows with information, but never a specific set of instructions to why my code is. Yeah, like I guess it produces the code, like it produces some like what, but never like the why. And I think that's still why like AI is not really gonna replace any code, or like it's not gonna replace the job entirely yet. Maybe when it gets to some AGI level. But right now, it's, as the programmer, I think you still need to have a lot of structure and understanding of the things you're asking for and what you're getting back and how to place them into an architecture. Like, you're not in a place where you can say like, hey, Copilot, make me an app, or make me a game, or even make me like a grid system for my city builder. It's not there yet. Like, you really still need to have that understanding of the output and how to use it. There's also this black box AI, but that's in beta-like features. Like, what do you mean? Like to develop beta-like features, or the black box AI is itself in beta? Okay. Going back to just what I was doing here. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I just got rid of the installer. Because I just want that to be right. Right. Grid handler. Nope, wait a minute. Cursor handler. Detains. Hello, how are you? You have a question? Shoot away. Black box AI reads your code and gives you a prompt after kind of guessing what you're trying to do. That's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Black box AI. Go to chess game. All right, so hang on, I'll try asking. How can I understand game hacking and know what to do? Yes, you're going to tell me to learn a language, but don't you have any advice for me? Like, understand game hacking, how, in what sense? Like, you are trying to understand how people create aimbots? Or you want to make your own hacks? Because if you're wanting to create you want to create a mod. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of ways you can do mods. Like, there is some programming knowledge you'll need based on the game, and it also depends how the game is set up, like how it is coded. But something you can do, like just at an entry level, is a lot of Unity games are, I mean, they're all mostly written in C# now, but there's two different ways you can compile it. This is not the technical knowledge you need, but just for context, you can compile it just the default compiler, or you can flip it to something called intermediate language C++. If you don't have that selected, which a lot of Unity games don't, you can actually go in and view the source code. So let's just go into my Steam here. Let me just find something I've installed that I know I can mess around with. So Lethal Company is made in Unity, but I believe that's compiled to C#. 1 second. Hang on, this will make sense in a second. So Cities Skyline, for example. Let me just get this set up and then I can show some things. So whatever, I've just opened up my local copy of City Skylines, and I can tell because in the manage folder it's got all these DLLs and stuff. I can tell that this is not compiled from Unity using IL to CPP, which means I can bring up this tool called IL Spy. And I can actually navigate through this. Like, I can look at their scripts and take a look at how things are set up. And this can provide a lot of clues for a game. And City Skyline doesn't really matter because it's very open and compatible. Like, it's set up to be a game that you mod. But a lot of games that don't have that modability support, a lot of what people will do is sort of look at this, and then you can use other tools and programming languages to hook into the compiled code and do different things. So like there's like just their earthquake AI. So if I wanted to mod around how earthquakes work in City Skyline, I could use IL Spy and start looking for ways I can hook into this code in whatever mod you're trying to do. But IL Spy is kind of an interesting way just to get into Unity games and find ways to hook into them and see how they're put together. Again, like, the modding and hacking into stuff is very it's very subjective to the game that you're trying to hack, or let's say mod. If you're trying to write like an aimbot for something, it's kind of like get out of here, like, get fucked. But if you're just trying to do some mods, yeah, like, engage with that modding community. If it's a Unity game, IL Spy lets you sort of look at how things work under the hood. If it's a C++ Unreal game, I don't really know what that looks like, but I think the best thing to do is just engage with that modding community to get started. If it has a flourishing mod community, there'll be lots of people there to talk about how to do it. Right now you're learning C++. it's been like 3 to 7 days, but I don't feel like I'm learning something that's going to help me with cheat. You keep saying cheat and hacks, so I'm a little curious about what you're trying to do, because I'm definitely on team if you're making and selling hacks for multiplayer games. I'm not interested in that. But like any programming, like it is slow at the beginning. Like it takes years, you know, to get really intuitively good at it. But I think, yeah, just to come back to your question of advice, like I think the best way is just to engage with that modding community, because usually it requires some technical knowledge just to understand how to hook into games and modify them. And if you're starting out, you kind of need community knowledge to sort of get you kickstarted just in how you hook into stuff. And then the learning early on is what you want to do with those hooks. But first you need to figure out how to make the hooks in. Anyways, I don't know if that's helpful or not. Hopefully you're looking to mod something cool, I hope. And not just an aimbot. But yeah, I mean, even if it's not the game you're wanting to mess around with, like IL, Intermediate Language Spy, the tool I showed is interesting way to look at Unity games or just other people's code and just sort of learn how they do things. You shouldn't, like, again, you shouldn't copy it, but it's an interesting way to learn. Where was I? Okay, so I'm gonna have to hook this up again for the grid. Input action reference, that's the primary action, and then I need to hook all these up later. Fine for now. The grid visuals are ready to go though. So, does this even work? Let me just see if this even works. No, it's not, because I need to hook that up somewhere. Grid, the cursor handler. Wait, why was that still coming back? Game handler, what's coming back? Why is that coming back null? What? Unable to resolve grid cursor handler. What is doing that? All right, sir, I have to go now. It was really informative talking to you. I will try my best to keep following you in your journey. Thank you. Yeah, and good luck with your course. Good luck with CS50. Thank you for hanging out, chatting, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, so something else was needing the grid input handler. Able to resolve grid cursor handler. Oh, the grid input handler. Yeah, you too, man. Have a good day. Okay. I'm genuinely confused as to why this is not working. I mean, scaled interface helper. Why does that care? All right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna refill my water. Okay, so I need to figure out why unable to resolve grid cursor handler. Where is that being injected from? Grid cursor. Let's make sure that's okay. Okay, where is grid cursor? Okay, we've got grid. There's nothing being injected here, so I think it's just wherever this is being used. Oh, on the grid input handler. Oh. Oh no. Maybe we'll just leave the inject part out for now. Okay, so this should, wait, I was gonna just, no, not this one, inject. I want to have this, but not injected. This is the thing I'm refactoring. Wait, what is calling that? Just return. Just return. I should just delete the old thing. Maybe I should just prefab it. This is starting to feel like a very dumb way to refactor this. Okay. Why are you still freaking out? You should not be in the idle state. Okay, hang on. Hang on. This is getting dumb. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, let's prefab that. Get the hell out of here. I can still get the visuals later. Okay. Okay, so just what am I doing here? I'm wanting to make sure that the I just want to make sure that the snapping is hooked up again. Just the snapping visuals. Okay. Why are you still updating? How are you even updating? Grid input handler. How was that even updating? Cursor handler. Well, this is interesting. Okay, that must have been just because I had the prefab selected, maybe? Oh, wait a minute. That's very strange. Why is it when I just put my mouse here, it starts to... Grid input handler. This should not even be in the scene. Pretty close to just deleting this outright. Oh, wait a minute, because it's cursor, constructed grid input handler, grid input handler. Hang on, I think I'm just getting stuck in old dependency injection code that I've put in. Yeah, like, okay, so this is the thing I don't want running at all. And I want, go back to the grid installer. Yeah, I want container.bind abstract input handler. Wait, I want bind type no, I basically want the same thing. So not to the grid input handler, to the cursor handler. Cursor handler, not from a new component. From component, or from whatever, that'll work. No, it won't. And it would resolve grid input handler. Well, take grid handler. That doesn't break anything. Okay. There we go. I need to get the cursor moving again in a second, but that's nice. That just gets the old one like fully out of the picture. And let's see. So let's tweak this a little bit. 1.2, and I actually do want them dashed. Yeah. Nope, what the hell? Should this be red though? I think blue works. What did I change? Size 8. Nice and even. Snapping. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's start hooking up. Let's get the thing moving again. Get it moving again. Okay, so grid position's an interesting problem. So I think I want one system to control the X and Z and the other to control the Y. Like, I guess the question is, do I want the whole cursor container moving around, or do I want the individual pieces? Because if it's the whole thing, I'm gonna lose some ability to animate between states. Like if I want to fade one state down and the other one up, like the new state may jump in position from the old state, and maybe it's just good to control them all independently. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So first, I need to get an input state going, which might actually reveal what the hell is going on earlier and why I couldn't add that mono behavior. I'm going to be really pissed if the abstract, this abstract class is going to cause problems with mono behaviors. Okay, so the first state is just, what is the first state? On grid state. Abstract cursor state. Bam, bam. So the grid visuals, or snap visuals. on grid. So this is going to be the first one. This is going to be the grid state. Wait, what did I name it? On grid state. Maybe not the best name, but yeah, it's the same thing again. It doesn't like this abstract stuff. So if I change this to a mono behavior, it needs this first. But I'm worried that's going to break something like after I restart Unity. Should I just make this an interface? Yeah, there it is. But if I do that, and then I go in and add this, then it works. Okay, what are you missing? Oh. Oh, because I didn't mark that one abstract. Okay. Okay. Okay, so cursor handler. This should all update to iCursor state. Except I don't think these are going to serialize. It's dumb, but I can't remember if Unity can serialize interfaces or not. They, at one point, I mean, for a long time they couldn't. I just don't know if they do now. Yeah, they don't. Oh, I hate it. Okay, well, let's just get dumb. Let's just get dumb. That's what I get for trying to be fancy. And then on the... So it's still going to be an iCursor state. It's just going to be... This creates so many headaches. Yeah, it's not like I'd have to add a bunch of like fallbacks and error checking here, but whatever. This is just going to be a contained system that I'm building. Doesn't need to be designer friendly. Okay, so that's cool. But now this is going to be Oh, but this should be cached. Doing it this way. Wanted to avoid it, but it's okay. On grid, was it? On grid. Grid state. I'll just rough this in for now and come back to it. Wait, on tile state. So, oh, right, this needs to be config.snap, snap visuals. Okay, so what are you complaining about? Set state on tile state. Oh, is that still game object? Whoops. Okay, well, not ideal, but fine. At least it forced me to confront my own hubris. Okay, so grid, visible state doesn't matter. On grid state, this one, and snap visual. Let's think that's everything. Nope. What did I miss? Cursor handler. If current state is not null. Actually, I could probably just do this. That's fine. Okay, that's as intended. That's by design. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so there's going to need to be another state machine here. Because the on-grid tool, or sorry, when your cursor's over the grid, the cursor itself is going to have different visual states based on if it's adding a tool, destroying a tool, or adding a tile, destroying a tile. So I'm going to have to build that, but let's maybe just get one thing working for now. Private game object default, or placeholder visuals. Means I will remove it later. 1 second. Where did I? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by a Discord thing. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Placeholder visuals, so enter state, let's just, well, let's do, yeah, how's it going to handle everything getting off in the default state? I think I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do like placeholder visuals dot set active false. And yeah, set active true, set active false, and now this is where things are getting interesting. So this is where the I'm gonna start doing the movement. So okay, so placeholder visuals dot transform dot position equals foreground, or this should be on the grid position. There might be some animation here, but leave that for now. And I actually want to go back to the cursor handler, and let's see. Sorry, I'm thinking through how I want this to work, because it's already kind of getting weirdly split. Behavior is kind of getting weirdly split in how it's going to update the snap input. I guess just like update, allow input, evaluate state change, update current state, and then snap input. Boundary if snap input config dot snap visuals dot update state foreground input data, or just the same grid input data, and snap input, which is going to be redundant, but whatever. Well, let's see. I think the only issue is if it's a tile. It's a tile, it can still move, so the snapping still needs to show up. Okay, I think I'm just gonna I'll try this, and I might just need to work through that problem as I implement each individual tool. Let's just see if it moves for now. And it doesn't. Probably because I've missed something, which I have. Grid on it. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Hang on. state. Hmm? What? Yeah, cursor handler, set state, invisible state. Oh, because that's null. Right. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna, I don't know, stub in these guys. So on grid state, out of bounds state, mono behavior I cursor state. Get rid of these for now. What else? We need invisible state. It's going to also need mono behavior and I cursor state. Get all those. And kill these. What's the other one? There's one more. Invisible state, out of bounds, on grid, on tile. Okay. On tile state. Mono behavior. I cursor state. Do these. Okay, so now let's put these back in configuration. So on grid state, invisible state, out of bounds state, on grid state, that one's fine, on tile state. And it's back. Whoops, sorry. Okay, so I think I need to just plug all these back in. Invisible state, out of balance state, on grid is there, and then on tile is coming on tile state. And let's call this the grid cursor. Okay, so invisible state, out of bounds state, on tile state. Okay, so we're moving again. And if I flip this on, if I flip this on, it doesn't move. How cool is that? Okay, so let's look at the snap visual state. Because I'm not telling it to do anything. That makes sense. Okay, so game object dot transform dot position equals, I guess it's just the grid position. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Just give me the grid position. Wonder if it's gonna rain. Let me just see what it's gonna be doing later this afternoon. Alright, well, it's cloudy, but the thunderstorms got pushed back. What's the rain chart looking like? Sure. Well, it definitely feels like there's going to be some rain. Well, we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, so that's working. That's now, well, it's not snapping the input. Yeah, this is not snapped. Okay, so if the snapping is enabled, so the question is, where do I want to snap the position? I feel like that might just be easier to do it from the cursor handler. Because yeah, I think my thinking was I included this bool because you're going to get like an input position in. It may be snapped, it may not. But we want these states to know if it's a snapped result. Like just from the number of alone, it doesn't know if it's snapped. But we want it to know if it's a snapped result so that it could determine if the snap visuals are on or off, I guess. Or if it can do custom things with the snap visuals. Yeah, because then we could go up and say like, actually all these states should be injecting the grid or the cursor handler. Anyway, sorry, I'll come back to that. That's a problem for later. What I want to do right now is I want to actually snap. I want to snap things. So cursor handler. Music, where are you? There you are. Cursor handler, not that one. This one. I want to point. Okay, so snap input. If it's snapped, hit dot point dot snap to int. Otherwise, let me just break this out. Position. I just want to break this out just for readability. Like this. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Snap position, hit point, and then this will just be snap position. Or position. And I think that makes the most sense. Just at the input level, and then that snapping will flow further down. So just down the chain of like the commands and the undo stack and everything. They're going to be agnostic. They're not going to give a shit if it's a snap position or not. They just need a position. So I think that should bring snapping back online. Not snapped. Snapped. That feels good. Definitely feels, but it definitely feels like the, hang on. Sorry, it feels like the same thing moving around, whereas like I feel like the grid lines are supposed to be, they're supposed to feel like they're coming from the grid, but I think I have a way to fix that by doing this. I add, just because I sort of know there's something going on with my grid, I have a light, or not a light, I have a texture on it already. Or if I was to put a light here and maybe just make its range a bit bigger. Yeah, like it'll start illuminating these dots on the ground, I think. Hang on, let me just test it out in Engine and snap. Okay, that's active, but not bright enough. So hang on, the range is way too big. Say maybe. Oh, and this should only be doing the grid. Boost the intensity. Yeah, now it brings the dots online. So what was that? 108, 107. 108. And just on the grid. That might actually be a bit intense, but there we go. That feels a little more grounded. And I could always go and revise like those dots to have like a style on it, like just like have a little crosshair on it instead of it being a dot. There we go. Now I want to try something. On grid state, let's do tween, active move tween. And let's just do serialized field private tween data, move tween, move twine. Do a move tween. And what do I want to do here? Okay, so exit update if. No, wait, hang on. If snapping is enabled, otherwise do this. If snapping is enabled, I want to placeholder visuals transform, do tween or do move. I want to do move to hang on. New position. New position equals the grid position. So I want to move to the, oops, hang on, active move tween is that. If active move tween does not equal null, active move tween dot kill. Okay, so the active move tween, I want you to do move to the foreground, or the grid, or no, the new pose. Should update this one too. To the new position. And I want that to be in duration. And then I want to do move tween dot configure with data, active move tween. Wait, what? What do you need? Tween, oh, the transform. Placeholder visuals dot transform. I don't like how that method is set up. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is very clunky. Saying hello to the cat. Do you want to come up here? Come on. Nope. Okay. No cat. No cat visits. Okay, so do tween move. Okay, so let's take that for a spin. Let's take that for a spin. But I need to first go and just update this to just be, I don't know, like out sign maybe, and like it needs to be really snappy. Like it still needs to be like 0.5. It needs to use real time. I don't want it to loop. Okay. Okay, so this is what. Did I accidentally delete? Oh, for a second I thought I deleted a projector, but okay. It's weird that it came back. Okay, so snapping on, but you are not animating. You are not animating. You are not animating. Snapping enabled. Snap input, if snap input. Snap input. I mean, that's working. Snap input is being assigned a value. Okay, well, okay, let's just start with that.
Music is the basis of all life.
False, 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 false. True, 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 true. So why are you not animating? That's what I want to know. Yeah, do active move between placeholder visuals, dot transform, dot do move to the new position, and with the move between dot duration, move between configure this with data. So that should be playing. Okay, let me just slow it down. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I've just made the time too small and it's not. Oh, wait, I did. Yeah, it's in else. Okay. On grid. Oh, that's weird. All right, we'll just leave it a quarter second for now, just to see how that feels. Okay, so that feels very slow. Very slow. Let's try out quad. I mean, it's kind of neat. Like it makes it feel just like a little disconnected from the underlying like grid line effect. Makes them feel separate. So, I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why. It just feels better. Oh, whoa. Why is it when I move the mouse there? It's still on the grid, right? Yeah, like I'll have to turn off the snapping when it's out of bounds, but why is it? Yeah, why when I put my mouse here, it kills that?
Music is the basis of all life.
I just realized on the interstate it needs to oh, but wait, it's not getting the position on the interstate. Previous state.
Music is the basis of all life.
Maybe I should just do this. Vector 3 position. Gonna have to go and add that to a bunch of things, but the idea being the placeholder visuals could be placed at the previous state position, so they can pick up the last state's thing. So vector position is just going to be transform position for now. That's good. That lets states be continuous. Not going to jump around. I think that's everything. Okay, but why is this happening? Like, hang on, where's the toolbar? Does the toolbar have something going on? Doesn't. No, wait, or does it? It's not a raycast target. And it's like consistent just on that part of the screen. Which makes it feel like there's just a UI raycast somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that because that's fundamental. Oh yeah, let's check. Yeah, that. I mean, okay, so his grid position, like inheriting now feels good. Oh, what was that? Oh, it's... Oh, just because all those states right now are at 0, 0 because they're not moving around. That makes sense. That'll sort itself out. But why? Why is that happening? Because it's turning them off. It's not like it's being sent off to a weird position. And snapping off. Okay, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom quick and then I'm gonna try to figure that out. That's a weird one, for sure. Okay, let's try and figure out what's going on here. This null reference, I know what's going on. That's just because I haven't set up the... I'm assuming that's because I haven't set up the other state yet. This is probably just like... Yeah. Oh. Oh, right, but now the game object might be null. But, okay. I generally know why that's happening. What I am really trying to figure out, though, is why... this side of the screen. It is just that side of the screen, right? Like, it feels like something just is still acting as a raycast target on the UI layer or something. Like, just for shits. Yeah, it is. If I turn that off, yeah. Okay, so there's something in this toolbar suddenly. Very bizarre. I'm gonna switch over to the rect tool. Strangely, it's the object called hover padding. That's interesting. Why did this suddenly get weirdly big? Okay. There, it's appropriately sized. Weirdly enough. Okay. Well, hang on. Let's overrides. Full group lens flare. Hover padding is not on the overrides? Okay, I'll take it. Padding. Oh, because it's not scaling with the UI scale? Did I not need to, hang on, I might not need to do this. Maybe I don't need to do that. And should be fine. Yeah, hang on, that's getting way out of proportion. Hang on. I think maybe what I want to do is this. And maybe this. Maybe that. Just work with me, Unity. Thank you. Still. I feel like I'm going insane. Okay, well that's a problem I may need to come back to. Because I think that was just a temporary fix anyway. So what this little like hover padding thing is supposed to do is there's like edge panning in the game, and I don't. If you're over here putting your mouse on the controls, we don't want it to be panning at that point, right? So that's what that is doing. It's just blocking the edge panner. So like there's still a zone here, like you can pan over here, but if you ever put your mouse over the menu, then it stops. Anyways. But of course that updates. So what would be better for that is, what did I just do for updating the cursor position? I just did it. If snap input update state. What would be the best place to do this? just as a placeholder. I think that's just because the first time there's no previous state. Okay. Disappears, comes right back in, snapping on. Ooh, what was that? Where is it coming from? On-grid state. But right, because if it's going to be setting as invisible, it's not getting. It should still be getting the. Just to see what that does. I just want to see what state it's coming from, just to be sure. Sate. Yeah, it's coming from invisible. It's coming from invisible. Because invisible doesn't move. And it's weird that doesn't inherit position. let's just do this for now. I think this might end up throwing a bit of null reference, but I don't know. Yes, it will. Okay, well that seems to fix it. Not happy about it, but let's just see if I can do the out of bounds. That would be cool. If previous state equals null, return. Okay, transfer position. The cursor is going to be cross. Update boundary is true. Actually, the on-grid state should also be update boundary true. Okay, so there's that. That's cool. It's good. Bound state doesn't need a position update, but maybe let's just do it anyway. And then, okay, so I need to add the update the grid boundary. Update. Yeah. Grid update visuals. So cursor handler boundary. Ooh, do I not inject the grid? I should inject the grid here. Grid handler, grid. Grid handler, update grid visuals, grid input data. So, but that's probably just going to be null and come back invisible. Out of bounds doesn't. Okay, well let's just see what that does. Okay. That's correct, but this should, the on-grid state should be triggering the boundary as it approaches it. So what is happening? So the on-grid state is saying update the boundary. So I guess the question is, this grid visuals, what is it doing? Allow boundary visuals. Okay, so if the target is null, which it shouldn't be because on-grid boundaries on-grid boundary is only valid if it's touching a grid. Allow boundary visuals. Maybe this is not getting, hang on, was I doing something with this before? Allow boundary visuals or usages. All in here. If the data target is not the grid, the boundary is visible true. Otherwise, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so let's see if it's getting here. Let's do data dot target. Yeah, they probably do. Ah. Grid. Okay, so then threshold. Okay, so I guess this is just off. Yeah, let me just, wait a minute, so this needs to be a little bit lower. Okay, same on this side, yeah. Okay, so I guess that value just got changed somehow. Just test it with snapping too. Okay, so there's a little bit of finickiness near the border. That's fine. I think there's just some snapping, or these clamps. What is this? Move tile. No, not move tile. Mouse over grid. No, because I don't want to clamp it. This might be fine, actually. This might be fine. Okay, so, oh yeah, I want to make sure this change gets set to 0.25. I'm not sure why that changed. Maybe I fudged some grid numbers around. Like, maybe I increased the grid size without changing that. Like, the problem is, like, there's two, this grid value is sort of representing something that you wouldn't think it is. So this grid's capacity, this 61 by 61, is not the grid within the red line. It's this exterior area where we also spawn some procedural city. So the actual buildable area is basically just defined as like whatever this grid mesh collider is. I can still tentatively build grid kind of over the edge. I don't know. That's probably not the end of the world. That's probably just a minor perfectionist detail. Let me just make sure that this is... Oh, wait a minute. That ain't right. There's some kind of bug there. It's lighting that up very quickly. So that means something is going on with my this thing. Optic visuals config capacity times display threshold. World position to grid. Okay. I think this is probably what's happening. I think I'm missing an offset here. In hindsight, it might have been better just to have the grid offset rather than trying to have it right at 0, 0. Because I have to do all these offset transformations. 34, 35. So those are right, I think. So that's a correct transformation. If grid position X is less than the grid capacity, because that's at the high end, so it's left. Or grid position is greater than capacity X minus. I think this actually should be 0. Yeah, I think this should actually be just that. Oh wait, that's the same as that. Greater than... Oh wait, so this is a visual... Wait, hang on, I have this backwards. So if the boundary visible is true, it has to be less than capacity X. Right, so that's the low end. And if capacity minus capacity, that feels right. That feels right. That feels right. So 15.25. Okay, so that boundary works. That makes sense. And then 16. Sorry, 61 minus 16. That's going to be 45. Wait, why do these coordinates feel messed up? Ten, 10. 60, 10. 60, 60. And 60. There's an offset missing here somewhere. Yeah, it's basically a boundary of 10. If the capacity is 61, 61, this boundary should be less. This should be 50. Okay, well, I think I'm going to come back to that tomorrow. Yeah. I think that's a tomorrow problem. 'Cause this looks right to me. I feel like it is just missing some kind of offset somewhere. But I don't know where. All right, so I'm gonna probably wrap it there. If you're still hanging out, working on this game, Dystopica. It's a chill cyberpunk city toy that I've been working on for a few months now. Probably coming to Steam Next Fest in a few months with a demo and release at some point after that. And yeah, I'd appreciate wish lists, follow, all those fun things. But it's been fun hanging out today, watching me beat my head against the input system a little bit as I refactor it, make it a little more friendly, smooth, less janky, all that fun stuff. And I'm starting to stream development regularly on here, which has been a nice change of pace for me, just to chat with people and talk about the various problems I'm encountering and things that you're encountering. So yeah, I'd love to see you again the next time. Till then, enjoy the rest of your day. It's Friday here in Bali, so have a good weekend, or if you still got Friday left, have a good Friday and then a good weekend, and see you next time.